before. So simple, no doubt our ancestors overlooked them, intent on deeper things, the deep things of the soul. All we discover has been with us since the sun began to roll, and much we discover is not worth the discovering. We are children, climbing trees after birds' nests, and making a great shout, whether we find eggs in them or no. But where are our wings, which our forefathers surely had not? Tell us, ye sages. Something worth an archangel's learning, discover, ye discoverers, something new. Fools, fools. Mardi's not changed, the sun yet rises in its old place in the east, all things go on in the same old way, we cut our eye teeth just as late as they did, 3,000 years ago. Your pardon, said Mahai, for beshrew me, they are not yet all cut. At 70, here have I a new tooth coming now. Old man, it but clears the way for another. The teeth sown by the alphabet founder, were eye teeth, not yet all sprung from the soil. Like spring wheat, blade by blade, they break ground late, like spring wheat, many seeds have perished in the hard winter glebe. Oh, my lord! Though we galvanize corpses into Saint Vitus dances, we raise not the dead from their graves. Though we have discovered the circulation of the blood, men die as of yore, oxen graze, sheep bleat, babies bawl, asses bray, loud and lusty as the day before the flood. Men fight and make up, repent and go at it, feast and starve, laugh and weep, pray and curse, cheat, chaffer, trick, truckle, cozen, defraud, fib, lie, beg, borrow, steal, hang, drown, as in the laughing and weeping, tricking and truckling, hanging and drowning times that have been. Nothing changes, though much be new-fashioned, new fashions but revivals of things previous. In the books of the past we learn naught but of the present, in those of the present, the past. All Mardi's history, beginning, middle, and finesse, was written out in capitals in the first page penned. The whole story is told in a title page. An exclamation point is entire Mardi's autobiography. Who speaks now, said Media, Bardiana, Azagadi, or Babylanja? All three, is it not a pleasant concert? Very fine, very fine. Go on, and tell us something of the future. I have never departed this life yet, my lord. But just now you said you were risen from the dead. From the buried dead within me, not from myself, my lord. If you, then, know nothing of the future, did Bardiana? If he did, naught did he reveal. I have ever observed, my lord, that even in their deepest lucubrations, the profoundest, frankest, ponderers always reserve a vast deal of precious thought for their own private behoof. They think, perhaps, that 'tis too good, or too bad, too wise, or too foolish, for the multitude. And this unpleasant vibration is ever consequent upon striking a new vein of ideas in the soul. As with buried treasures, the ground over them sounds strange and hollow. At any rate, the profoundest ponderer seldom tells us all he thinks, seldom reveals to us the ultimate, and the innermost, seldom makes us open our eyes under water, seldom throws open the totus in toto, and never carries us with him, to the unconsubsistent, the id eminens, the super-essential, and the one. Confusion. Remember the quadamoditatives. Ah, said Braidbeard, that's the crack in his calabash, which all the disciples of Dox will not mend. And from that crazy calabash he gives us to drink, old Mahai. But never heed his leaky gourd nor its contents, my lord. Let these philosophers muddle themselves as they will, we wise ones refuse to partake. And fools like me drink till they reel, said Babbalanja. But in these matters one's calabash must needs go round to keep afloat. Foglorum. Chapter LXXIII. At last, the last mention is made of old Bardianna, and his last will and testament is recited at length. The day was waning. And, as after many a tale of ghosts, around their forest fire, Hungarian gypsies silent sit, watching the ruddy glow kindling each other's faces, so, now we solemn sat, the crimson west our fire, all our faces flushed. Testators, then cried Media, when your last wills are all round settled, speak, and make it known. Mine, my lord, has long been fixed, said Babbalanja. And how runs it? Fuggle foggle, hark ye, intruding Azagadi, rejoin thy merry mates below, go there, and wag thy saucy tail, or I will nail it to our bow, till ye roar for liberation. Begone, I say. Down, devil, deeper down, rumbled Babbalanja. My lord, I think he's gone. And now, by your good leave, I'll repeat old Bardianna's will. It's worth all Mardi's hearing, and I have so studied it, by rote I know it. Proceed then, but I mistrust that Azagadi is not yet many thousand fathoms down. Attend my lord, anno Mardi's 50 million, os. I, Bardianna, of the island of Vamba, and village of the same name, having just risen from my yams, in high health, high spirits, and sound mind, do hereby cheerfully make and ordain this my last will and testament. Imprimis, all my kith and kin being well to do in Mardi, I wholly leave them out of this my will. Item. Since, in divers ways, verbally and otherwise, my good friend Pondo has evinced a strong love for me, Bardianna, as the owner and proprietor of all that capital messuage with the appurtenances, in Vamba aforesaid, called the lair wherein I now dwell, also for all my breadfruit orchards, palm groves, banana plantations, taro patches, gardens, lawns, lanes, and hereditaments whatsoever, adjoining the aforesaid messuage, I do hereby give and bequeath the same to Bomblum of the island of Ada. The aforesaid Bomblum having never expressed any regard for me, as a holder of real estate. Item. My esteemed neighbor Lacaimo having since the last lunar eclipse called daily to inquire after the state of my health, and having nightly made tearful inquiries of my herb doctor, concerning the state of my viscera, I do hereby give and bequeath to the aforesaid Lacaimo all and sundry those vegetable pills, potions, powders, aperients, purgatives, expellatives, evacuatives, tonics, emetics, cathartics, clysters, injections, scarifiers, cataplasms, lenitives, lotions, decoctions, washes, gargles, and phlegmagogues, together with all the jars, calabashes, gourds, and gallipots, thereunto pertaining, situate, lying, and being, in the west by north corner of my east-southeast crypt, in my aforesaid tenement known as the lair. Item. The woman Pesty, a native of Vamba, having oftentimes hinted that I, Bardiana, sorely needed a spouse, and having also intimated that she bore me a conjugal affection, I do hereby give and bequeath to the aforesaid Pesty, my blessing, forasmuch as by the time of the opening of this my last will and testament, I shall have been forever delivered from the aforesaid Pesty's persecutions. Item. Having a high opinion of the probity of my worthy and excellent friend Bidiri, I do hereby entirely, and wholly, give, will, grant, bestow, devise, and utterly hand over unto the said Bidiri, all that tenement where my servant Oram now dwelleth, with all the lawns, meadows, uplands and lowlands, fields, groves, and gardens, thereunto belonging, in trust nevertheless to have and to hold the same for the sole use and benefit of Lanbranca Hoina, spinster, now resident of the aforesaid island of Vamba. Item. I give and bequeath my large carved drinking gourd to my good comrade Topo. Item. My fast friend Doldrum having at sundry times, and in sundry places, uttered the prophecy, that upon my decease his sorrow would be great, I do hereby give and bequeath to the aforesaid Doldrum, 10 yards of my best soft tapa, to be divided into handkerchiefs for his sole benefit and behoof. Item. My sensible friend Solo having informed me, that he intended to remain a bachelor for life, I give and devise to the aforesaid Solo, the mat for one person, whereon I nightly repose. Item. Concerning my private arbor and palm groves, adjoining, lying, and being in the Isle of Vamba, I give and devise the same, with all appurtenances whatsoever, to my friend Minter the Cynic, to have and to hold, in trust for the first through and through honest man, issue of my neighbor Mondi, and in default of such issue, for the first through and through honest man, issue of my neighbor Pendida, and in default of such issue, for the first through and through honest man, issue of my neighbor Winadu, and in default of such issue, to any through and through honest man, issue of any body, to be found through the length and breadth of Mardi. Item. My friend Minter the Cynic to be sole judge of all claims to the above-mentioned devise, and to hold the said premises for his own use, until the aforesaid person be found. Item. Knowing my devoted scribe Marco to be very sensitive touching the receipt of a favor, I willingly spare him that pain, and hereby bequeath unto the aforesaid scribe 3 milk teeth, not as a pecuniary legacy, but as a very slight token of my profound regard. Item. I give to the poor of Vamba the total contents of my red-labeled bags of bicuspids and canines, which I account 3/4 of my whole estate, to my body servant Fidei, my staff, all my robes and togas, and 300 molars in cash, to that discerning and sagacious philosopher my disciple Cricco, one complete set of denticles, to buy him a vertebral bone ring, and to that pious and promising youth Vangi, 2 fathoms of my best carope, with the privilege of any bough in my groves. All the rest of my goods, chattels and household stuff whatsoever, and all my loose denticles, remaining after my debts and legacies are paid, and my body is out of sight, I hereby direct to be distributed among the poor of Vamba. Ultimo. I give and bequeath to all Mardi this my last advice and counsel, vide licet, live as long as you can, close your own eyes when you die. I have no previous wills to revoke, and publish this to be my first and last. In witness whereof, I have sworn to set my right hand, and sworn to have caused a true copy of the tattooing on my right temple to be affixed, during the year first above written. By me, Bardiana. Babbalanja, that's an extraordinary document, said Media. Bardiana was an extraordinary man, my lord. Were there no codicils? The will is all codicils, all afterthoughts, 10 thoughts for one act, was Bardiana's motto. Left he nothing whatever to his kindred. Not a stump. From his will, he seems to have lived single. Yes, Bardiana never sought to improve upon nature, a bachelor he was born, and a bachelor he died. According to the best accounts, how did he depart, Babbalanja? Asked Mahai. With a firm lip, and his hand on his heart, old man. His last words. Calmer, and better. Where think you, he is now? In his ponderings. And those, my lord, we all inherit, for like the great chief of Romera, who made a whole empire his legatee, so, great authors have all Mardi for an heir. Chaptulksiv. A death cloud sweeps by them, as they sail next day, a fearful sight. As in Sulu's seas, one vast waterspout will, sudden, form, and whirling, chase the flying Malay keels, so, before a swift-winged cloud, 1,000 prows sped by, leaving braided, foaming wakes, their crowded inmates' arms, in frenzied supplications wreathed, like tangled forest boughs. See, see, cried Yumi, how the death cloud flies. Let us dive down in the sea. Nay, said Babbalanja. All things come of Oro, if we must drown, let Oro drown us. Down sails, drop paddles, said Media, here we float. Like a rushing bison, sweeping by, the death cloud grazed us with its foam, and whirling in upon the 1,000 prows beyond, sudden burst in deluges, and scooping out a maelstrom, dragged down every plank and soul. Long we rocked upon the circling billows, which expanding from that centre, dashed every isle, till, moons afterward, faint, they laved all Mardi's reef. Thanks unto Oro, murmured Mahai, this heart still beats. That sun-flushed eve, we sailed by many tranquil harbours, whence fled those 1,000 prows. Serene, the waves ran up their strands, and chimed around the unharmed stakes of palm, to which the 1,000 prows that morning had been fastened. Flying death, they ran to meet it, said Babbalanja. But tie not that they fled, they died, 4 maelstroms, of these harbors, the death cloud might have made. But they died, because they might not longer live. Could we gain one glimpse of the great calendar of eternity, all our names would there be found, glued against their dates of death. We die by land, and die by sea, we die by earthquakes, famines, plagues, and wars, by fevers, agues, woe, or mirth excessive. This mortal air is one wide pestilence, that kills us all at last. Whom the death cloud spares, sleeping, dies in silent watches of the night. He whom the spears of many battles could not slay, dies of a grapestone, beneath the vine-clad bower he built, to shade declining years. We die, because we live. But none the less does Babylanja quake. And if he flies not, 'tis because he stands the center of a circle, its every point a levelled dart, and every bow, bent back, a twang, and Babylanja dies. Chapter LXXV. They visit the palmy King Abritsa. Night and morn departed, and in the afternoon, we drew nigh to an island, overcast with shadows. A shower was falling, and pining, plaintive notes forth issued from the groves, half suppressed, and sobbing whisperings of leaves. The shore sloped to the water, thither our prows were pointed. Sheer off, no landing here, cried Media, let us gain the sunny side, and like the carefree bachelor Abritsa, who here is king, turn our back on the isle's shadowy side, and revel in its morning meads. And Lord Abritsa, who is he, asked you me. The 120th in lineal descent from Phippera, said Mahai, and connected on the maternal side to the Lord Sanias of Clivania. His uttermost uncle was nephew to the niece of Queen Zmiglandi, who flourished so long since, she wedded at the first transit of Venus. His pedigree is endless. But who is Lord Abritsa? Has he not said, answered Babylanja. Why so dull, uttermost nephew to him, who was nephew to the niece of the peerless Queen Zmiglandi, and the 120th in descent from the illustrious Phippera? Will none tell, who Abritsa is? Can not a man then, be described by running off the catalogue of his ancestors, said Babylanja. Or must we e'en descend to himself? Then, listen, dull you me. And know that Lord Abritsa is 6 feet 2, plump thighs, blue eyes, and brown hair, likes his breadfruit baked, not roasted, sometimes carries filberts in his crown, and has a way of winking when he speaks. His teeth are good. Are you publishing some decamped burglar, said Media, that you speak thus of my royal friend, the Lord Abritsa? Go on, sir. And say he reigns sole king of Bonavona. My lord, I had not ended. Abritsa, Yumi, is a fine and florid king, high-fed, and affluent of heart, of speech, mellifluent. And for a royalty extremely amiable. He is a sceptred gentleman, who does much good. Kind king. In person he gives orders for relieving those, who daily dive for pearls, to grace his royal robe, and gasping hard, with bloodshot eyes, come up from shark-infested depths, and fainting, lay their treasure at his feet. Sweet Lord Abritsa! How he pities those, who in his furthest woodlands day long toil to do his bidding. Yet king philosopher, he never weeps, but pities with a placid smile, and that but seldom. There seems much iron in your blood, said Medea. But say your say. Say I not truth, my lord? Abruzza, I admire. Save his royal pity, all else is jocund round him. He loves to live for life's own sake. He vows he'll have no cares, and often says, in pleasant reveries, sure, my lord Abruzza, if any one should be carefree, 'tis thou, who strike down none, but pity all the fallen. Yet none he lifteth up. At length we gained the sunny side, and shoreward tended. Vivi's horn was sonorous, and issuing from his golden groves, my lord Abruzza, like a host that greets you on the threshold, met us, as we keeled the beach. Welcome, fellow demigod, and king. Medea, my pleasant guest. His servitors salamed, his chieftains bowed, his yeoman guard, in meadow green, presented palm stalks, royal tokens, and hand in hand, the nodding, jovial, regal friends, went up a lane of salutations, dragging behind, a train of envyings. Much we marked Abruzza's jeweled crown, that shot no honest blaze of ruddy rubies, nor looked stern white like Medea's pearls, but cast a green and yellow glare, rays from emeralds, crossing rays from many a topaz. In those beams, so sinister, all present looked cadaverous, Abruzza's cheek alone beamed bright, but hectic. Upon its fragrant mats a spacious hall received the kings, and gathering courtiers blandly bowed, and gushing with soft flatteries, breathed idle incense round them. The hall was terraced thrice, its elevated end was curtained, and thence, at every chime of words, there burst a girl, gay scarfed, with naked bosom, and poured forth wild and hollow laughter, as she raced down all the terraces, and past their merry kingships. Wide round the hall, in avenues, waved almond woods, their whiteness frosted into bloom. But every vine-clad trunk was hollow-hearted, hollow sounds came from the grottos, hollow broke the billows on the shore, and hollow pauses filled the air, following the hollow laughter. Guards, with spears, paced the groves, and in the inner shadows, oft were seen to lift their weapons, and backward press some ugly phantom, saying, subjects, haunt him not, Abruzza would be merry, Abruzza feasts his guests. So, banished from our sight seemed all things uncongenial, and pleasant times were ours, in these dominions. Not a face passed by, but smiled, mocking birds perched on the boughs, and singing, made us vow the woods were warbling forth thanksgiving, with 1,000 throats. The stalwart yeomen grinned beneath their trenchers, heaped with citrons, pomegranates, grapes, the pages tittered, pouring out the wine, and all the lords loud laughed, smote their gilded spears, and swore the isle was glad. Such the isle, in which we tarried, but in our rambles, found no Yla. Chapter XV. Some pleasant, shady talk in the groves, between my lords Abruzza and Medea, Babylanja, Mahai, and Yumi. Abruzza had a cool retreat, a grove of dates, where we were used to lounge of noons, and mix our converse with the babble of the rills, and mix our punches in goblets chased with grapes. And as ever, King Abruzza was the prince of hosts. Your crown, he said to Media, and with his own, he hung it on a bough. Be not ceremonious, and stretched his royal legs upon the turf. Wine, and his pages poured it out. So on the grass we lounged, and King Abruzza, who loved his antique ancestors, and loved old times, and would not talk of moderns, bade me sing old songs, bade Mahi rehearse old histories, bade Babbalanja tell of old ontologies, and commanded all, meanwhile, to drink his old wine. So, all round we quaffed and quoted. At last, we talked of old Homeric bards, those who, ages back, harped, and begged, and groped their blinded way through all this charitable Mardi, receiving coppers then, and immortal glory now. Abruzza, how came it, that they all were blind? Babbalanja, it was endemical, your highness. Few grand poets have good eyes, for they needs blind must be, who ever gaze upon the sun. Varvana himself was blind, when, in the silence of his secret bower, he said, I will build another world. Therein, let there be kings and slaves, philosophers and wits, whose checkered actions, strange, grotesque, and merisad, will entertain my idle moods. So, my lord, Varvana played at kings and crowns, and men and manners, and loved that lonely game to play. Abruzza, Varvana seemed a solitary Mardian, who seldom went abroad, had few friends, and shunning others, was shunned by them. Babbalanja, but shunned not himself, my lord, like gods. Great poets dwell alone, while round them, roll the worlds they build. Media, you seem to know all authors, you must have heard of Lombardo, Babbalanja, he who flourished many ages since. Babbalanja, I have, and his grand Catanza know by heart. Media, to Abruzza. A very curious work, that, my lord. Abruzza, yes, my dearest king. But, Babbalanja, if Lombardo had aught to tell to Mardi, why choose a vehicle so crazy? Babbalanja, it was his nature, I suppose. Abruzza, but so it would not have been, to me. Babbalanja, nor would it have been natural, for my noble lord Abruzza, to have worn Lombardo's head. Every man has his own, thank Oro. Abruzza, a curious work, a very curious work. Babbalanja, are you acquainted with the history of Lombardo? Babbalanja, none better. All his biographies have I read. Abruzza, then, tell us how he came to write that work. For one, I cannot imagine how those poor devils contrive to roll such thunders through all Mardi. Media, their thunder and lightning seem spontaneous combustibles, my lord. Abruzza, with which, they but consume themselves, my prince beloved. Babbalanja, in a measure, true, your highness. But pray you, listen, and I will try to tell the way in which Lombardo produced his great Catanza. Media, but hark you, philosopher. This time no incoherences, gag that devil, Azagadi. And now, What was it that originally impelled Lombardo to the undertaking? Babylanja, primus and forever, a full heart, brimful, bubbling, sparkling, and running over like the flagon in your hand, my lord. Secundu, the necessity of bestirring himself to procure his yams. Abritsa, wanting the second motive, would the first have sufficed, philosopher. Babylanja, doubtful. More conduits than one to drain off the soul's overflowings. Besides, the greatest fullnesses overflow not spontaneously, and, even when decanted, like rich syrups, slowly ooze, whereas, poor fluids glibly flow, wide-spreading. Hence, when great fullness weds great indolence, that man, to others, too often proves a cipher, though, to himself, his thoughts form an infinite series, indefinite, from its vastness, and incommunicable, not for lack of power, but for lack of an omnipotent volition, to move his strength. His own world is full before him, the fulcrum set, but lever there is none. To such a man, the giving of any boar's resoluteness, with tendons braided, would be as hanging a claymore to Valor's side, before unarmed. Our minds are cunning, compound mechanisms, and one spring, or wheel, or axle wanting, the movement lags, or halts. Cerebrum must not overbalance cerebellum, our brains should be round as globes, and planted on capacious chests, inhaling mighty morning inspirations. We have had vast developments of parts of men, but none of manly wholes. Before a full developed man, Mardi would fall down and worship. We are idiot, younger sons of gods, begotten in dotages divine, and our mothers all miscarry. Giants are in our germs, but we are dwarfs, staggering under heads overgrown. Heaped, our measures burst. We die of too much life. Media, to Abritsa, be not impatient, my lord, he'll recover presently. You were talking of Lombardo, Babylanja. Babylanja, I was, your highness. Of all Mardians, by nature, he was the most inert. Hast ever seen a yellow lion, all day basking in the yellow sun, in reveries, rending droves of elephants, but his vast loins supine, and eyelids winking? Such, Lombardo, but fierce want, the hunter, came and roused his roar. In hairy billows, his great mane tossed like the sea, his eyeballs flamed two hells, his paw had stopped a rolling world. Abritsa, in other words, yams were indispensable, and, poor devil, he roared to get them. Babylanja, bowing, partly so, my literal lord. And as with your own golden scepter, at times upon your royal teeth, indolent tattoos you beat, then, potent, sway it o'er your isle, so, Lombardo. And ere necessity plunged spur and rowel into him, he knew not his own paces. That churned him into consciousness, and brought ambition, ere then dormant, seething to the top, till he trembled at himself. No mailed hand lifted up against a traveller in woods, can so appal, as we ourselves. We are full of ghosts and spirits, we are as graveyards full of buried dead, that start to life before us. And all our dead sires, verily, are in us, that is their immortality. From sire to son, we go on multiplying corpses in ourselves, for all of which are resurrections. Every thought's a soul of some past poet, hero, sage. We are fuller than a city. Woe it is that reveals these things. He knows himself, and all that's in him, who knows adversity. To scale great heights, we must come out of lowermost depths. The way to heaven is through hell. We need fiery baptisms in the fiercest flames of our own bosoms. We must feel our hearts hot, hissing in us. And ere their fire is revealed, it must burn its way out of us, though it consume us and itself. O, sleek-cheeked plenty! Smiling at thine own dimples, vain for thee to reach out after greatness. Turn, turn. From all your tears of cushions of eiderdown, turn. And be broken on the wheels of many woes. At white heat, brand thyself, and count the scars, like old war-worn veterans, over campfires. Soft poet, brushing tears from lilies, this way. And howl in sackcloth and in ashes. Know, thou, that the lines that live are turned out of a furrowed brow. Oh! There is a fierce, a cannibal delight, in the grief that shrieks to multiply itself. That grief is miserly of its own, it pities all the happy. Some damned spirits would not be otherwise, could they? Abritsa, to Media, pray, my lord, is this good gentleman a devil? Media. No, my lord, but he's possessed by one. His name is Azagadi. You may hear more of him. But come, Babbalanja, hast forgotten all about Lombardo? How set he about that great undertaking, his Catanza? Abritsa, to Media, oh, for all the ravings of your Babbalanja, Lombardo took no special pains, hence, deserves small commendation. For, genius must be somewhat like us kings, calm, content, in consciousness of power. And to Lombardo, the scheme of his Catanza must have come full-fledged, like an eagle from the sun. Babbalanja, no, your highness, but like eagles, his thoughts were first callow, yet, born plumeless, they came to soar. Abritsa, very fine. I presume, Babbalanja, the first thing he did, was to fast, and invoke the muses. Babbalanja, pardon, my lord, on the contrary he first procured a ream of vellum, and some sturdy quills, indispensable preliminaries, my worshipful lords, to the writing of the sublimest epics. Abritsa, ah! Then the muses were afterward invoked. Babbalanja, pardon again. Lombardo next sat down to a fine plantain pudding. Me, when the song spell steals over me, I live upon olives. Babbalanja, me, Lombardo eschewed olives. Said he, what fasting soldier can fight, and the fight of all fights is to write. In 10 days Lombardo had written, Abritsa, dashed off, you mean. Babbalanja, he never dashed off aught. Abritsa, as you will. Babbalanja, in 10 days, Lombardo had written full 50 folios. He loved huge acres of vellum whereon to expatiate. Media, what then? Babbalanja, he read them over attentively, made a neat package of the whole, and put it into the fire. All, how? Media, what? These great geniuses writing trash. Abruzza, I thought as much. Babbalanja, my lords, they abound in it. More than any other men in Mardi. Genius is full of trash. But genius essays its best to keep it to itself, and giving away its all, retains the earth, whence, the too frequent wisdom of its works, and folly of its life. Abruzza, then genius is not inspired, after all. How they must slave in their minds! I weep to think of it. Babbalanja, my lord, all men are inspired, fools are inspired, your highness is inspired, for the essence of all ideas is infused. Of ourselves, and in ourselves, we originate nothing. When Lombardo set about his work, he knew not what it would become. He did not build himself in with plans, he wrote right on, and so doing, got deeper and deeper into himself, and like a resolute traveller, plunging through baffling woods, at last was rewarded for his toils. In good time saith he, in his autobiography, I came out into a serene, sunny, ravishing region, full of sweet scents, singing birds, wild plaints, roguish laughs, prophetic voices. Here we are at last, then he cried, I have created the creative. And now the whole boundless landscape stretched away. Lombardo panted, the sweat was on his brow, he off mantle, braced himself, sat within view of the ocean, his face to a cool rushing breeze, placed flowers before him, and gave himself plenty of room. On one side was his ream of vellum, a brazza, and on the other, a brimmed beaker. Babbalanja, no, your highness, though he loved it, no wine for Lombardo while actually at work. Mahai, indeed. Why, I ever thought that it was to the superior quality of Lombardo's punches, that Mardi was indebted for that abounding humour of his. Babbalanja, not so, he had another way of keeping himself well braced. Yumi, quick. Tell us the secret. Babbalanja, he never wrote by rushlight. His lamp swung in heaven. He rose from his east, with the sun, he wrote when all nature was alive. Mahai, doubtless, then, he always wrote with a grin, and none laughed louder at his quips, than Lombardo himself. Babbalanja, hear you laughter at the birth of a man-child, old man. The babe may have many dimples, not so, the parent. Lombardo was a hermit to behold. Media, what? Did Lombardo laugh with a long face? Babbalanja, his merriment was not always merriment to him, your highness. For the most part, his meaning kept him serious. Then he was so intensely riveted to his work, he could not pause to laugh. Mahai, my word for it, but he had a sly one, now and then. Babbalanja, for the nonce, he was not his own master, a mere amanuensis writing by dictation. Yumi, Inspiration, that. Babbalanja. Call it as you will, Yumi, it was a sort of sleepwalking of the mind. Lombardo never threw down his pen, it dropped from him, and then, he sat disenchanted, rubbing his eyes, staring, and feeling faint, sometimes, almost unto death. Media, but pray, Babbalanja, tell us how he made acquaintance with some of those rare worthies he introduces us to, in his Costanza. Babbalanja, he first met them in his reveries. They were walking about in him, sour and moody, and for a long time, were shy of his advances, but still importuned. They at last grew ashamed of their reserve, stepped forward, and gave him their hands. After that, they were frank and friendly. Lombardo set places for them at his board. When he died, he left them something in his will. Media, what? Those imaginary beings. Abruzza, wondrous witty. Infernal fine. Media, but, Babbalanja, after all, the Costanza found no favor in the eyes of some Mardians. Abruzza, the arch-critics Verbi and Batho denounced it. Babbalanja, yes, on good authority, Verbi is said to have detected a superfluous comma, and Batho declared that, with the materials he could have constructed a far better world than Lombardo's. But, didst ever hear of his laying his axis? Abruzza, but the unities, Babbalanja, the unities. They are wholly wanting in the Costanza. Babbalanja, your Highness, upon that point, Lombardo was frank. Saith he, in his autobiography, for some time, I endeavored to keep in the good graces of those nymphs, but I found them so captious, and exacting. They threw me into such a violent passion with their fault-findings, that, at last, I renounced them. Abruzza, very rash. Babbalanja, no, your Highness, for though Lombardo abandoned all monitors from without, he retained one autocrat within, his crowned and sceptered instinct. And what, if he pulled down one gross world, and ransacked the ethereal spheres, to build up something of his own, a composite, what then? Matter and mind, though matching not, are mates, and sundered oft, in his Costanza they unite, the airy waste, embraced by stalwart arms. Media, incoherent again. I thought we were to have no more of this. Babbalanja, my lord Media, there are things infinite in the finite, and dualities in unities. Our eyes are pleased with the redness of the rose, but another sense lives upon its fragrance. Its redness you must approach, to view, its invisible fragrance pervades the field. So, with the Costanza. Its mere beauty is restricted to its form, its expanding soul, past Mardi does embalm. Modak is Modako, but Foggle is not Fuggle. Media, to Abruzza, my lord, you start again, but 'tis only another phase of Azagithi, sometimes he's quite mad. But all this you must needs overlook. Abruzza, I will, my dear prince, what one cannot see through, one must needs look over, as you say. Yumi, but trust me, your Highness, some of those strange things fall far too melodiously upon the ear, to be wholly deficient in meaning. Abritsa, your gentle minstrel, this must be, my lord. But Babylanja, the Costanza lacks cohesion, it is wild, unconnected, all episode. Babylanja, and so is Mardi itself, nothing but episodes, valleys and hills, rivers, digressing from plains, vines, roving all over, boulders and diamonds, flowers and thistles, forests and thickets, and, here and there, fens and moors. And so, the world in the Costanza. Abritsa, plenty of dead desert chapters there, horrible sands to wade through. Media, now, Babylanja, away with your tropes, and tell us of the work, directly it was done. What did Lombardo then? Did he show it to anyone for an opinion? Babylanja, yes, to Zanzoi, who asked him where he picked up so much trash, to Hanto, who bade him not be cast down, it was pretty good, to Lucre, who desired to know how much he was going to get for it, to Rodi, who offered a suggestion. Media, and what was that? Babylanja, that he had best make a faggot of the whole, and try again. Abritsa, very encouraging. Media, anyone else? Babylanja, to Palo, who, conscious his opinion was sought, was thereby puffed up, and marking the faltering of Lombardo's voice, when the manuscript was handed him, straightway concluded, that the man who stood thus trembling at the bar, must needs be inferior to the judge. But his verdict was mild. After sitting up all night over the work, and diligently taking notes, Lombardo, my friend, here, take your sheets. I have run through them loosely. You might have done better, but then you might have done worse. Take them, my friend, I have put in some good things for you. Media, and who was Palo? Babylanja, probably someone who lived in Lombardo's time, and went by that name. He is incidentally mentioned, and cursorily immortalized in one of the posthumous notes to the Costanza. Media, what is said of him there? Babylanja, not much. In a very old transcript of the work, that of Aldena, the note alludes to a brave line in the text, and runs thus, diverting to tell, it was this passage that an old prosodist, one Palo, claimed for his own. He maintained he made a free will offering of it to Lombardo. Several things are yet extant of this Palo, who died some weeks ago. He seems to have been one of those, who would do great things if they could, but are content to compass the small. He imagined, that the precedence of authors he had established in his library, was their Mardi order of merit. He condemned the sublime poems of Varvana to his lowermost shelf. Thought he, how we library princes, lord it over these beggarly authors. Well, read in the history of their woes, Palo pitied them all, particularly the famous, and wrote little essays of his own, which he read to himself. Media, well, and what said Lombardo to those good friends of his, Zanzoi, Hanto, and Rodi? Babylanja, nothing. Taking home his manuscript, he glanced it over, making 3 corrections. Abritsa, and what then? Babylanja, then, your highness, he thought to try a conclave of professional critics, saying to himself, "Let them privately point out to me, now, all my blemishes, so that, what time they come to review me in public, all will be well." But curious to relate, those professional critics, for the most part, held their peace concerning a work yet unpublished, and, with some generous exceptions, in their vague, learned way, betrayed such base, beggarly notions of authorship, that Lombardo could have wept, had tears been his. But in his very grief, he ground his teeth. Muttered he, "They are fools. In their eyes, bindings not brains make books. They criticize my tattered cloak, not my soul, caparisoned like a charger. He is the great author, think they, who drives the best bargain with his wares, and no bargainer am I. Because he is old, they worship some mediocrity of an ancient, and mock at the living prophet with the live coal on his lips. They are men who would not be men, had they no books. Their sires begat them not, but the authors they have read. Feelings they have none, and their very opinions they borrow. They cannot say yet, nor nay, without first consulting all Mardi as an encyclopedia. And all the learning in them, is as a dead corpse in a coffin. Were they worthy the dignity of being damned, I would damn them, but they are not. Critics, asses. Rather mules, so emasculated, from vanity, they cannot father a true thought. Like mules, too, from dung-isles, they trample down gardens of roses, and deem that crushed fragrance their own dot. Oh, that all round the domains of genius should lie thus unhedged, for such cattle to uproot. Oh, that an eagle should be stabbed by a goose quill. But at best, the greatest reviewers but prey on my leavings. For I am critic and creator, and as critic, in cruelty surpass all critics merely, as a tiger, jackals. For ere Mardi sees aught of mine, I scrutinize it myself, remorseless as a surgeon. I cut right and left, I probe, tear, and wrench, kill, burn, and destroy, and what's left after that, the jackals are welcome to. It is I that stab false thoughts, ere hatched, I that pull down wall and tower, rejecting materials which would make palaces for others. Oh, could Mardi but see how we work, it would marvel more at our primal chaos, than at the round world thence emerging. It would marvel at our scaffoldings, scaling heaven, marvel at the hills of earth, banked all round our fabrics ere completed. How plain the pyramid! In this grand silence, so intense, pierced by that pointed mass, could 10,000 slaves have ever toiled? 10,000 hammers rung, there it stands, part of Mardi, claiming kin with mountains. Was this thing piecemeal built? It was. Piecemeal, atom by atom it was laid. The world is made of mites. Yumi, musing. It is even so. Abruzzo, Lombardo was severe upon the critics, and they as much so upon him, of that, be sure. Babbalanga, your Highness, Lombardo never presumed to criticize true critics, who are more rare than true poets. A great critic is a sultan among satraps, but pretenders are thick as ants, striving to scale a palm, after its aerial sweetness. And they fight among themselves, essaying to pluck eagles. They themselves are geese, stuck full of quills, of which they rob each other. Abritsa, to Media. Oro help the victim that falls in Babalanja's hands. Media. My lord, at times, his every finger is a dagger, every thought a falling tower that whelms. But resume, philosopher, what of Lombardo now? Babbalanja, for this thing said he, I have agonized over it enough. I can wait no more. It has faults, all mine, its merits all its own, but I can toil no longer. The beings knit to me implore, my heart is full, my brain is sick. Let it go, and Oro with it. Somewhere Mardi has a mighty heart, that struck, all the isles shall resound. Abritsa, poor devil. He took the world too hard. Media as most of these mortals do, my lord. That's the load, self-imposed, under which Babbalanja reels. But now, philosopher, ere Mardi saw it, what thought Lombardo of his work, looking at it objectively, as a thing out of him, I mean? Abritsa, no doubt, he hugged it. Babbalanja, hard to answer. Sometimes, when by himself, he thought hugely of it, as my lord Abritsa says, but when abroad, among men, he almost despised it, but when he bethought him of those parts, written with full eyes, half-blinded, temples throbbing, and pain at the heart, Abritsa, pooh! Pooh! Babbalanja, he would say to himself, sure, it cannot be in vain. Yet again, when he bethought him of the hurry and bustle of Mardi, dejection stole over him. Who will heed it, thought he, what care these fops and brawlers for me? But am I not myself an egregious coxcomb? Who will read me? Say 1,000 pages, 25 lines each, every line 10 words, every word 10 letters. That's 2,500,000 days, and I's, and O's to read. How many are superfluous? Am I not mad to saddle Mardi with such a task? Of all men, am I the wisest, to stand upon a pedestal, and teach the mob? Ah, my own Catanza! Child of many prayers, in whose earnest eyes, so fathomless, I see my own, and recall all past delights and silent agonies thou mayest prove, as the child of some fond dotard, beauteous to me, hideous to Mardi. And methinks, that while so much slaving merits that thou shouldest not die, it has not been intense, prolonged enough, for the high meed of immortality. Yet, things immortal have been written, and by men as me, men, who slept and waked, and ate, and talked with tongues like mine. Ah, Oro! How may we know or not, we are what we would be? Hath genius any stamp and imprint, obvious to possessors? Has it eyes to see itself, or is it blind? Or do we delude ourselves with being gods, and end in grubs? Genius, genius, 1,000 years hence, to be a household word, Lombardo. but yesterday cut in the marketplace by a spangled fool, Lombardo immortal, ha, ha, Lombardo. But thou art an ass, with vast ears brushing the tops of palms. Ha, ha, ha. Methinks I see thee immortal. Thus great Lombardo saith, and thus, and thus, and thus, thus saith he, illustrious Lombardo, Lombardo, our great countryman. Lombardo, prince of poets, Lombardo. Great Lombardo. Ha, 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 go, go. Dig thy grave, and bury thyself. Abruzza, he was very funny, then, at times. Babbalanja, very funny, your highness, amazing jolly. And from my nethermost soul, would to Oro, thou couldst but feel one touch of that jolly woe. It would appal thee, my right worshipful lord Abruzza. Abruzza, to Media, my dear lord, his teeth are marvelously white and sharp, some she-shark must have been his dam, does he often grin thus? It was infernal. Media, ah! That's Azigady. But, prithee, Babbalanja, proceed. Babbalanja, your highness, even in his calmer critic moods, Lombardo was far from fancying his work. He confesses that it ever seemed to him but a poor scrawled copy of something within, which, do what he would, he could not completely transfer. My canvas was small, said he, crowded out were hosts of things that came last. But fate is in it. And fate it was, too, your highness, which forced Lombardo, ere his work was well done, to take it off his easel, and send it to be multiplied. Oh, that I was not thus spurred, cried he, but like many another, in its very childhood, this poor child of mine must go out into Mardi, and get bread for its sire. Abruzza, with a sigh, alas, the poor devil! But methinks 'twas wondrous arrogant in him to talk to all Mardi at that lofty rate. Did he think himself a god? Babbalanja, he himself best knew what he thought, but, like all others, he was created by Oro to some special end, doubtless, partly answered in his Costanza. Media, and now that Lombardo is long dead and gone, and his work, hooted during life, lives after him, what think the present company of it? Speak, my lord Abruzza. Babbalanja. Mahai. Yumi. Abruzza, tapping his sandal with his scepter, I never read it. Babbalanja, looking upward, it was written with a divine intent. Mahai, stroking his beard, I never hugged it in a corner, and ignored it before Mardi. Yumi, musing, it has bettered my heart. Media, rising, and I have read it through 9 times. Babbalanja, starting up, ah, Lombardo! This must make thy ghost glad. Chaptalksei. They sup there seemed something sinister, hollow, heartless, about Abruzza, and that green and yellow, evil-starred crown that he wore. But why think of that? Though we like not something in the curve of one's brow, or distrust the tone of his voice, yet, let us away with suspicions if we may, and make a jolly comrade of him, in the name of the gods. Miserable! Thrice miserable he, who is forever turning over and over one's character in his mind, and weighing by nice of what you poise, the pros and the cons of his goodness and badness. For we are all good and bad. Give me the heart that's huge as all Asia, and unless a man be a villain outright, account him one of the best-tempered blades in the world. That night, in his right regal hall, King Abruzza received us. And in merry good time a fine supper was spread. Now, in thus nocturnally regaling us, our host was warranted by many ancient and illustrious examples. For old Jove gave suppers, the god Woden gave suppers, the Hindu deity Brahma gave suppers, the red man's great spirit gave suppers, chiefly venison and game. And many distinguished mortals besides. Ahasuerus gave suppers, Xerxes gave suppers, Montezuma gave suppers, Powhatan gave suppers, the Jews' Passovers were suppers, the pharaohs gave suppers, Julius Caesar gave suppers, and rare ones they were. Great Pompey gave suppers, Nabob Crassus gave suppers, and Heliogabalus, surnamed the Gobbler, gave suppers. It was a common saying of old, that King Pluto gave suppers, some say he is giving them still. If so, he is keeping tip-top company, old Pluto, emperors and chas, great moguls and great khans, grand lamas and grand dukes, prince regents and queen dowagers, Tamerlane hobnobbing with Bonaparte, Antiochus with Solomon the Magnificent, Pisistratus pledging Pilate, Semiramis eating bonbon with Bloody Mary, and her namesake of Medsis, the 30 tyrants quaffing 3-1 with the Council of 10, and sultans, satraps, viziers, hetmans, soldans, landgraves, bashaws, doges, dauphin's, infantas, incas, and caciques looking on. Again, at Arbela, the conqueror of conquerors, conquering son of Olympia by Jupiter himself, sent out cards to his captains, Hephaestion, Antigonus, Antipater, and the rest, to join him at 10 p.m., in the temple of Bullus, there, to sit down to a victorious supper, off the gold plate of the Assyrian high priests. How majestically he poured out his old Madeira that night, feeling grand and lofty as the Himalayas, yet, all Babylon nodded her towers in his soul. Spread, heaped up, stacked with good things, and redolent of citrons and grapes, heeling round tall vases of wine, and here and there, waving with fresh orange boughs, among whose leaves, myriads of small tapers gleamed like fireflies in groves. Abruzza's glorious board showed like some banquet in paradise, Ceres and Pomona presiding, and jolly Bacchus, like a recruit with a mettlesome rifle, staggering back as he fires off the bottles of vivacious champagne. In ranges, round about stood living candelabras, lackeys, gaily bedecked, with tall torches in their hands, and at one end, stood trumpeters, bugles at their lips. This way, my dear Media, this seat at my left, noble Taji, my right. Babylanja, Mahai, where you are. But where's pretty Yumi, gone to meditate in the moonlight? Ah, very good. Let the banquet begin. A blast there. And charge all did. The venison, wild boar's meat, and buffalo humps, were extraordinary. The wine, of rare vintages, like bottled lightning, and the first course, a brilliant affair, went off like a rocket. But as yet, Babbalanja joined not in the revels. His mood was on him, and apart he sat, silently eyeing the banquet, and ever and anon muttering, "Foggle foggle, fuggle fi dot." The first fury of the feast over, said King Media, pouring out from a heavy flagon into his goblet, "Abritsa, these suppers are wondrous fine things. My dear lord, much better than dinners." "So they are, so they are. The dinner hour is the summer of the day, full of sunshine, I grant, but not like the mellow autumn of supper. A dinner, you know, may go off rather stiffly, but invariably suppers are jovial. At dinners, tease not till you take in sail, furl the cloth, bow the lady passengers out, and make all snug, tease not till then, that one begins to ride out the gale with complacency. But at these suppers, good Oro, your cup is empty, my dear demigod, but at these suppers, I say, all is snug and ship-shape before you begin, and when you begin, you waive the beginning, and begin in the middle. And as for the cloth, but tell us, Braidbeard, what that old king of Franco, Ludwig the Fat, said of that matter. The cloth for suppers, you know. It's down in your chronicles." My lord, wiping his beard, old Ludwig was of opinion, that at suppers the cloth was superfluous, unless on the back of some jolly good friar. Said he, "For one, I prefer sitting right down to the unrobed table." High and royal authority, that of Ludwig the Fat, said Babbalanja, far higher than the authority of Ludwig the Great, the one, only great by courtesy, the other, fat beyond a peradventure. But they are equally famous, and in their graves, both on a par. For after devouring many a fair province, and grinding the poor of his realm, Ludwig the Great has long since, himself, been devoured by very small worms, and ground into very fine dust. And after stripping many a venison rib, Ludwig the Fat has had his own polished and bleached in the valley of death, yea, and his cranium chased with corrodings, like the carved flagon once held to its jaws. My lord, cried Abritsa to Media, this ghastly devil of yours grins worse than a skull. I feel the worms crawling over me, by Oro we must eject him. No, no, my lord. Let him sit there, as of old the death's head graced the feasts of the pharaohs, let him sit, for death but imparts a flavor to life. Go on, wag your tongue without fear, Azigadi, but come, Braidbeard. Let's hear more of the Ludwigs. Well, then, your highness, of all the 18 royal Ludwigs of Franco, who like so many 10-pins, all in a row, interposed Babbalanja, have been bowled off the course by grim death. Heed him not, said Media, go on. The debonair, the pious, the stammerer, the do-nothing, the juvenile, the quarreller, of all these, I say, Ludwig the Fat was the best table man of them all. Such a full-orbed paunch was his, that no way could he devise of getting to his suppers, but by getting right into them. Like the zodiac his table was circular, and full in the middle he sat, like a sun, all his jolly stews and ragouts revolving around him. Yes, said Babbalanja, a very round son was Ludwig the Fat. No wonder he's down in the chronicles, several L's about the waist, and king of cups and Tokai. Truly, a famous king, 300 weight of lard, with a diadem on top, lean brains and a fat doublet, a demijohn of a demigod. Is this to be longer borne? Cried Abraza, starting up. Quaff that sneer down, devil, on the instant, down with it, to the dregs. This comes, my lord Media, of having a slow drinker at one's board. Like an iceberg, such a fellow frosts the whole atmosphere of a banquet, and is felt a league off. We must thrust him out. Guards! Back, touch him not, hounds! Cried Media. Your pardon, my lord, but we'll keep him to it, and melt him down in this good wine. Drink! I command it, drink, Babbalanja. And am I not drinking, my lord? Surely you would not that I should imbibe more than I can hold. The measure being full, all poured in after that is but wasted. I am for being temperate in these things, my good lord. And my 1 cup outlasts 3 of yours. Better to sip a pint, than pour down a quart. All things in moderation are good, whence, wine in moderation is good. But all things in excess are bad, whence wine in excess is bad. Away with your logic and conic sections. Drink, but no, no, I am too severe. For of all meals a supper should be the most social and free. And going thereto we kings, my lord, should lay aside our scepters. Do as you please, Babbalanja. You are right, after all, my dear demigod, said Abraza. And to say truth, I seldom worry myself with the ways of these mortals, for no thanks do we demigods get. We kings should be ever indifferent. Nothing like a cold heart, warm ones are ever chafing, and getting into trouble. I let my mortals here in this I'll take heed to themselves, only barring them out when they would thrust in their petitions. This very instant, my lord, my yeoman guard is on duty without, to drive off intruders. Hark, what noise is that? Ho, who comes? At that instant, there burst into the hall, a crowd of spearmen, driven before a pale, ragged rout, that loudly invoked King Abraza. Pardon, my lord king, for thus forcing an entrance. But long in vain have we knocked at thy gates. Our grievances are more than we can bear. Give ear to our spokesman, we beseech. And from their tumultuous midst, they pushed forward a tall, grim, pine tree of a fellow, who loomed up out of the throng, like the peak of Tenerife among the Canaries in a storm. Drive the knaves out. Ho, cowards, guards, turn about. Charge upon them. Away with your grievances. Drive them out, I say, drive them out. High times, truly, my lord Media, when demigods are thus annoyed at their wine. Oh, who would reign over mortals? So at last, with much difficulty, the ragged rout were ejected, the peak of Tenerife going last, a pent storm on his brow, and muttering about some black time that was corning. While the hoarse murmurs without still echoed through the hall, King Abruzzo, refilling his cup, thus spoke: "You were saying, my dear lord, that of all meals a supper is the most social and free." "Very true. And of all suppers those given by us bachelor demigods are the best. Are they not?" "They are. For Benedict mortals must be home betimes, bachelor demigods are never away." "Your highnesses, bachelors are all the year round at home," said Mahai, sitting out life in the chimney corner, cozy and warm as the dog, whilom turning the old-fashioned roasting jack. "And to us bachelor demigods," cried Medea, "our tomorrows are as long rows of fine punches, ranged on a board, and waiting the hand." "But my good lords," said Babbalanja, now brightening with wine, "if, of all suppers those given by bachelors be the best, of all bachelors, are not your priests and monks the jolliest? I mean, behind the scenes. Their prayers all said, and their futurities securely invested, who so carefree and cozy as they? Yet, a supper for two in a friar's cell in Maramar, is merrier far, than a dinner for 25, in the broad right wing of Donjalolo's great palace of the morn." "Bravo, Babbalanja," cried Medea, "your iceberg is thawing. More of that, more of that. Did I not say, we would melt him down at last, my lord?" Continued Babbalanja, "bachelors are a noble fraternity, I'm a bachelor myself. One of ye, in that matter, my lord demigods. And if unlike the patriarchs of the world, we father not our brigades and battalions, and send not out into the battles of our country whole regiments of our own individual raising, yet do we oftentimes leave behind us goodly houses and lands, rare old brandies and mountain Malagas, and more especially, warm doublets and togas, and spatterdashes, wherewithal to keep comfortable those 5